Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more night-bound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable and breathe with me as we begin. The fog came first, as it always did in Devonshire when October turned the moors cold and secretive. It rolled across the heather like something alive, something patient, wrapping itself around the ancient stones that had watched over this land since before England had a name. Dr. John Watson felt it touch his face through the carriage window, damp, insistent, carrying the scent of peat and rain-soaked earth, and something older still, something that made the horses nervous in their tracks. The railway station at Grimpen had been small, hardly more than a platform with a roof that leaked, and the carriage Sir Henry Baskerville had sent was comfortable enough, though its wheels protested against the rutted roads. Watson drew his coat closer and watched the landscape unfold in shades of grey and brown, and that particular green that belonged only to England in autumn, when everything grew lush with moisture and seemed to whisper of things best left alone. He had left London that morning, when the city was still wrapped in its own fog, the kind that tasted of coal smoke and ambition, and too many people pressed together in streets that never quite dried. Baker Street had been dim when he'd departed. Holmes already gone about some errand he wouldn't explain, leaving only a note that Watson should proceed to Baskerville Hall, and that he, Holmes, would follow in his own time and his own way. It was typical of his friend, this preference for mystery even in the simple matter of train schedules, and Watson had learned long ago not to question it. The moors stretched wide on either side of the road now, vast and empty and beautiful in a way that made the heart ache. Here and there, a tor rose against the sky, crowned with granite that had stood since the earth was young. Between them, the land rolled and dipped, covered in heather that had gone russet with the season, and gorse that still held a few late blooms of yellow, bright and defiant against the coming winter. Watson had read the letter Sir Henry had sent to Holmes, had heard the tremor in the young man's voice when he'd visited Baker Street to plead for help. The legend of the Baskerville Hound was old, older than the hall itself, and it spoke of a creature from hell, a spectral beast with eyes of fire and breath that burned, sent to punish the wicked and claim the souls of the Baskerville line. Sir Charles Baskerville, Sir Henry's uncle, had died on the moor-path behind the hall just 3 months past, his face frozen in an expression of such terror that the local doctor had struggled to sign the death certificate. Heart failure, the official verdict had read. But the doctor had been a drinking man since, and the servants whispered of paw prints found near the body, prints too large to belong to any earthly dog. The carriage jolted over a stone, and Watson's bag shifted on the seat beside him. Inside it, carefully wrapped, was his service revolver, cleaned and loaded. He wasn't sure what good bullets would do against a demon, if the demon it truly was, but the weight of the weapon was comforting nonetheless. He had seen strange things in his years with Holmes, things that defied ready explanation, though Holmes always found one eventually, usually involving human wickedness disguised as the supernatural. A bird called from somewhere in the mist, a curlew perhaps, its cry lonely and wild. The sound seemed to carry for miles across the empty land, and Watson thought of all the people who had walked these moors over the centuries, Celts and Romans, Saxons and Normans, farmers and tinkers and fugitives from justice. The land remembered them all, he supposed, even if their names were long forgotten, ground into the peat like everything else that fell here. The village of Grimpen appeared gradually through the fog, first as a suggestion of shapes, then as actual buildings. Low stone cottages with thatch or slate roofs, a church with a square Norman tower, an inn whose sign creaked in the wind. The carriage slowed as it passed through the single street, and Watson caught glimpses of faces at windows, pale and watchful, vanishing as soon as they were seen. He had asked the driver to stop at the inn, wanting to stretch his legs and perhaps learn something of the local mood before presenting himself at Baskerville Hall. The Hound and Hart, the inn was called, and its sign showed a stag pursued by something that might have been a dog, or might have been something else entirely, the paint too faded to be certain. Inside, the air was thick with pipe smoke and the smell of mutton stew and ale that had probably been brewed in someone's kitchen rather than any proper brewery. The ceiling was low, crossed with dark beams that had warped with age, and the floor was flagstone, worn smooth by generations of boots. A fire burned in the hearth, peat rather than coal, filling the room with a sweet, earthy smoke that was nothing like London's acrid fog. Conversation stopped when Watson entered, as he'd known it would. He was a stranger here, and strangers were always noted in small places, especially now, especially with the fear that had settled over the village like the mist outside. The innkeeper was a broad man with arms like hams and a face that suggested he'd been handsome once, before worry had carved lines around his eyes and mouth. He nodded to Watson with careful politeness, the kind reserved for those who might be gentry or might be trouble or might be both. "A pint of your best," Watson said, settling onto a stool at the bar, "and whatever that stew is, if there's any to spare." "Aye, sir," the innkeeper said, drawing the ale with practised efficiency. "Come far, have you?" "London," Watson replied, and saw the flicker of interest in the man's eyes quickly hidden. "Visiting Sir Henry Baskerville at the Hall?" The room, which had begun to resume its previous murmur of conversation, went quiet again. Watson sipped his ale. It was good, surprisingly so, with a smoothness that spoke of genuine craft, and waited. He had learned patience from Holmes, the value of silence and the art of letting others speak first. It was an old woman in the corner who finally broke. "You'll be the doctor then," she said, her voice cracked and thin. "The one from London, the one who runs with that detective fellow." Watson turned to look at her. She was ancient, wrapped in shawls despite the fire's warmth, her face a map of wrinkles that suggested she'd seen much and forgotten little. Her eyes were sharp, though, bright and knowing. "I am," Watson confirmed, "Dr. John Watson." "Come to catch the Hound, have you?" another voice asked, younger, male, touched with something that might have been mockery or might have been fear. "Come to save us all with your London ways?" Watson met the man's gaze steadily. He was in his 30s, probably, with the build of someone who worked outdoors and the belligerence of someone who'd had just enough ale to be brave. "I've come," Watson said quietly, "to help a friend. If that means investigating the circumstances of Sir Charles's death, then yes, that's what I'll do." "Circumstances," the old woman cackled. "Pretty word for the devil's work." The innkeeper set a bowl of stew before Watson with more force than necessary. "Now, Maggie, don't start with that talk." "Why not?" Maggie demanded. "It's true enough. The Hound's been seen, ain't it? Tom Fletcher saw it not a week past up by Merripit. Says it was big as a calf with eyes that glowed like lanterns. Near frightened him to death, it did." "Tom Fletcher drinks more than he should," the innkeeper muttered, but his heart wasn't in the defence. Watson ate his stew. It was excellent, rich with carrots and turnips and meat that fell apart at the touch of his spoon, and listened as the conversation unfolded around him. It was always the same in these situations, he'd found. People wanted to talk, needed to talk, especially when fear had them in its grip. They just needed someone to listen who wouldn't judge them for believing in impossibilities. The stories tumbled out, one after another, each more elaborate than the last. The Hound had been seen on the high towers at midnight, its howl echoing across the moors like the scream of the damned. It had been spotted near the Grimpen Mire, where the ground could swallow a man whole if he stepped wrong. Old, Mrs. Turner had found paw prints in her garden, prints that had burned the earth black where they'd pressed. The Henderson family had sold their farm for half its worth and fled to Plymouth, unable to bear another night of hearing that terrible baying in the darkness. "And it's not just the Hound," a woman near the fire added, her knitting needles clicking steadily despite the tremor in her voice. "It's the buying up of land, too. Someone's been approaching folks offering cash for their holdings, less than they're worth but enough to tempt those who are frightened. Half the farms between here and Coombe Tracy have changed hands in the past 6 months." Watson's attention sharpened at that, though he kept his expression merely interested. Holmes would want to know about this, about who was buying and why. Land speculation in a region gripped by superstitious terror. There was something worth investigating in that, something that smelled less of brimstone and more of simple human greed. "Who's buying?" he asked casually. The woman shrugged. "Some company from Plymouth, I heard. Or maybe Exeter. They send a man around, a well-dressed fellow, very polite. Offers fair-seeming terms, though not what the land would fetch in normal times. Normal times, the belligerent man laughed bitterly, won't be normal again, not until that beast is sent back to hell where it belongs. Watson finished his stew and his ale, paid the innkeeper with coins that vanished into a pocket with practised speed, and stood. "Thank you for the food and the conversation," he said. "If anyone remembers anything else about Sir Charles's death, anything at all, I'm sure Sir Henry would appreciate hearing of it." The old woman, Maggie, fixed him with those sharp eyes. "You seem a good man, Doctor," she said. "A sensible man. So I'll tell you this for free. Don't go walking on the moors after dark. Whatever's out there, London science won't stop it. The old things don't care for new thinking." Watson nodded gravely. "I'll bear that in mind." Outside, the fog had thickened, turning the afternoon into a premature twilight. The carriage driver was waiting, patient as a stone, and they set off again, leaving the village behind. The road climbed now, winding up toward higher ground, toward the tor where Baskerville Hall had stood for 300 years, watching over the moors like a sentinel that had perhaps seen too much. Watson caught his first glimpse of it as the carriage crested a rise, a sprawl of grey stone and mullioned windows, towers at each corner, the whole edifice crouched against the hillside as though trying to press itself into the earth for protection. Smoke rose from several chimneys, promising warmth and civilization, but there was something about the hall's silhouette that suggested neither warmth nor civilization would be enough. Not here, not against whatever waited in the darkness beyond its walls. The moors stretched away on all sides, vast and indifferent, and somewhere out there, if the stories were true, something prowled that had no business existing in this modern year of 1894, when Victoria sat on her throne and the empire spanned the globe and reason was supposed to have triumphed over superstition. Watson thought of Holmes somewhere behind him or ahead of him, or watching from some hidden vantage point, and felt a measure of comfort. Whatever waited at Baskerville Hall, whatever stalked these ancient moors, they would face it together. They always did. The carriage wheels crunched on gravel as they approached the hall's entrance. The front door opened, spilling golden lamplight into the fog, and a figure stood silhouetted there, waiting. Watson gathered his bag and stepped down, feeling the damp ground firm beneath his boots, and walked forward into whatever mystery Devonshire had prepared for him. The fog swirled behind him, and somewhere far away, carried on the wind, came a sound that might have been a dog barking, or might have been something else entirely, something older and hungrier and patient as the stones themselves. The man waiting in the doorway was young, perhaps 30, with the kind of open, honest face that belonged to someone who'd spent more time outdoors than in drawing rooms. His hair was sandy, his build athletic, and his handshake, when Watson reached him, was firm without being aggressive. This was Sir Henry Baskerville, last of his line, inheritor of a curse that had already claimed his uncle, and might, if the stories were true, be waiting to claim him as well. "Dr. Watson," Sir Henry said, and his accent carried the faint trace of Canada, where he'd spent most of his life before this unexpected inheritance had summoned him back to England. "I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you. Come in, please, before this infernal fog gets into the house." The entrance hall of Baskerville Hall was everything Watson had expected, and nothing he was prepared for. The ceiling soared above them, crossed with beams of dark oak that had probably been ancient when Elizabeth sat on England's throne. The walls were panelled in wood so old it had gone nearly black, hung with portraits of Baskervilles stretching back generations. Stern-faced men with elaborate collars and suspicious eyes, women with pale complexions and expressions that suggested they'd made peace with melancholy long ago. A fire burned in a hearth large enough to roast an ox, but its warmth seemed to dissipate before reaching the far corners of the room, as though the hall itself resisted comfort. The floor was flagstone, partially covered with carpets that had once been rich, but were now faded to indistinct patterns, their colours bled away by time and countless feet. The air smelled of wood smoke and old stone and something else, something Watson couldn't quite identify. A mustiness, perhaps, the accumulated scent of 3 centuries of life and death and secrets kept. "Your friend, Mr. Holmes, sir," Henry said, leading Watson toward a drawing-room that opened off the hall. "He's not with you?" "He'll follow," Watson assured him. "Holmes has his own methods, and they don't always align with conventional travel arrangements." Sir Henry laughed, but it was a nervous sound, like paper rustling in an empty room. "I'll confess, Doctor, I'd feel better if he were here now, the past few days." He trailed off, shaking his head. The drawing room was more welcoming than the hall, though no less ancient. Here at least the fire's warmth reached every corner, and the furniture, while old, was comfortable. Heavy curtains of deep burgundy velvet framed windows that looked out over the moors, though the fog made it impossible to see more than a few yards. Lamps had been lit against the gathering darkness, their glass chimneys glowing with the soft yellow light of oil flames that predated the gas lighting. Watson was accustomed to in London. A woman emerged from a doorway at the far end of the room, middle-aged and severe in black bombazine, her hair pulled back with such severity that it must have been painful. This would be Mrs. Barrymore, Watson thought, the housekeeper whose husband served as butler. Holmes had mentioned them in his briefing, long-time servants of the Baskerville family, loyal through generations, though there was something in their story that had caught Holmes's attention, some detail Watson couldn't quite recall. "Tea, Sir Henry?" Mrs. Barrymore asked, her voice flat and careful, as though she weighed each word before releasing it. "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Barrymore. And perhaps something more substantial. Dr. Watson has come all the way from London." The housekeeper nodded and disappeared, her footsteps making no sound on the carpet. Watson settled into a chair near the fire and studied his host. Sir Henry was sitting forward, his hands clasped between his knees, his whole posture speaking of tension barely contained. He was a man used to action, Watson thought, to solving problems through direct effort, and this situation, trapped in an old house by a legend he didn't quite believe but couldn't quite dismiss, was wearing on him. "Tell me what's been happening," Watson said gently. "Everything, from the beginning." Sir Henry took a breath and began to speak, and the story that emerged was both mundane and deeply unsettling. He had arrived at Baskerville Hall 3 weeks ago, summoned from his life in Canada by lawyers who informed him that he was now a baronet and the owner of considerable property in Devonshire. His uncle Sir Charles had died intestate and without direct heirs, and the title and estate had passed to Henry as the nearest male relative. "I never knew him well," Sir Henry admitted. "My father and he had quarrelled years ago about money and family obligations. I'd only met Uncle Charles once when I was a boy, but the lawyers were very clear. The estate was mine, and there were responsibilities that came with it. The first week had been pleasant enough. The hall was imposing but comfortable, the staff deferential, the countryside beautiful in that stark way that appealed to someone who'd spent years in Canada's wilderness. Sir Henry had walked the moors daily, learning the land, meeting tenants, beginning to feel that perhaps he could make a life here, that perhaps this unexpected inheritance was a gift rather than a burden. Then the howling started. "The first time, I thought it was just a dog," Sir Henry said, his voice dropping. "Some farmer's sheepdog, maybe, separated from its flock. But Mrs. Barrymore went white as paper when she heard it, and Barrymore himself, he's the butler, you'll meet him shortly. He locked every door and window in the house, muttering about the curse." The howling had come again the next night, and the night after that. It rose from somewhere out on the moors, a sound that carried for miles, deep and resonant and wrong somehow, as though the throat that produced it was larger than any earthly dog could possess. The servants grew increasingly nervous. One of the maids gave notice and fled back to her family in Coombe Tracy. The groom swore he'd seen something moving on the high tor at midnight, something massive and dark against the stars. "And then there was the incident with the boot," Sir Henry said, and despite the seriousness of the situation, there was a note of bewilderment in his voice that might have been comical under other circumstances. Watson leaned forward with interest. Holmes had mentioned this in his notes, and had found it significant, though Watson wasn't yet sure why. "I'd left a pair of boots outside my room to be cleaned," Sir Henry explained. "New boots, brown ones, just purchased in London before I came down. In the morning, one was missing. We searched the entire house. Barrymore was convinced a servant had taken it, though for what purpose he couldn't imagine. Then, 2 days later, the boot reappeared, exactly where it had been taken from, without explanation." "Curious," Watson murmured. "Holmes would make something of this, would spin it into some larger theory that would seem obvious only in retrospect." Mrs. Barrymore returned with tea and sandwiches, setting them on a low table with the same silent efficiency she'd shown before. Watson noticed that her hands trembled slightly as she poured, and that she avoided looking toward the windows, even though they showed nothing but fog and the reflection of the room's lamps. "Will there be anything else, Sir Henry?" she asked. "No, thank you, Mrs. Barrymore. Please tell your husband that Dr. Watson will be staying in the blue room." After she'd gone, Sir Henry poured whisky into his tea from a decanter on the sideboard, offered the same to Watson, who declined. "I'm not usually a drinking man, Doctor," Sir Henry said, "but I find it helps here. The nights are difficult." Watson sipped his tea. It was strong and hot, fortified, with enough sugar to be almost medicinal, and considered his host. Sir Henry was afraid, clearly, but there was also determination in him, a stubbornness that suggested he wouldn't be driven from his inheritance without a fight, supernatural or otherwise. "Have you considered leaving?" Watson asked. "Just for a time, until we can investigate more thoroughly?" "Every day," Sir Henry admitted, "and every day I decide to stay. This is my home now, Dr. Watson. My family's home, for better or worse. I won't be frightened away by stories and shadows." Before Watson could respond, there was a knock at the door and a man entered, tall, cadaverous, dressed in the black suit of a proper butler, his face so pale it might have been carved from wax. This was Barrymore, and Watson saw immediately why Holmes had found him interesting. There was something in the man's manner, a nervousness that went beyond appropriate deference, a watchfulness that suggested secrets kept close. "Dinner will be served at 8, Sir Henry," Barrymore said, his voice as colourless as his complexion. "And I've lit the fire in Dr. Watson's room. If there's nothing else, I'll attend to the lamps." "Thank you, Barrymore. Oh, and the boot incident. Has there been any explanation?" Something flickered across the butler's face, too quick to read. "No, sir. Most peculiar. I can only think that one of the servants played some prank, though I've questioned them all thoroughly." After Barrymore had retreated, Watson followed Sir Henry up a staircase wide enough for 3 men to walk abreast, its balustrade carved with grapes and leaves and the occasional leering face that might have been meant as decoration or warning. The blue room was in the east wing, overlooking the moors through windows that rattled faintly in their frames whenever the wind gusted. The room was large and surprisingly comfortable, dominated by a 4-poster bed hung with curtains of faded blue damask. The fire Barrymore had mentioned burned cheerfully in the grate, and someone, Mrs. Barrymore presumably, had placed a warming pan between the sheets. Watson's bag had been brought up and set on a luggage stand near the wardrobe. "I'll leave you to rest before dinner," Sir Henry said. "The dressing gong will sound at 7:30. And Doctor, I'm glad you're here. Whatever's happening, whether it's a curse or coincidence, I feel better knowing I'm not facing it alone." After Sir Henry had gone, Watson unpacked methodically, hanging his spare suit in the wardrobe, setting out his shaving kit and toiletries, checking his revolver one more time before placing it in the drawer of the bedside table. The habits of military life died hard, and there was comfort in routine, in the familiar rituals that made strange places feel less alien. He moved to the window and looked out at what little he could see. The fog had thickened with the approach of evening, turning the visible world into layers of grey on grey. Somewhere out there were the moors, stretching for miles, dotted with tors and scattered with the ruins of ancient settlements. Somewhere out there, if the stories were true, something waited. Watson had faced danger many times in his life, in Afghanistan, in London's darkest alleys, in situations where death had seemed certain until Holmes's brilliance had found a way through. But this felt different somehow. This wasn't a human adversary with comprehensible motives. This was something that came from older stories, from the time before reason, when men huddled around fires and feared the darkness beyond their circle of light. He thought of what the old woman, Maggie, had said in the village. The old things don't care for new thinking. There was wisdom in that, perhaps, a recognition that not everything could be explained by logic and deduction. But Holmes would disagree, would insist that every mystery had a rational solution, that ghosts and demons were nothing more than tricks and superstitions dressed up to frighten the gullible. Watson hoped his friend was right. A sound drifted through the window, faint and far away but unmistakable. A howl, rising and falling, echoing across the moors like a voice calling from the depths of time. It raised the hairs on the back of Watson's neck, triggered some primitive part of his brain that remembered when humans were prey as often as predators. He stood at the window for a long moment, listening, and the howl came again, closer this time, or perhaps just carried more clearly on the wind. It was the sound of hunger and patience and something else, something that might have been triumph or might have been anticipation. Somewhere in the house a door slammed. Footsteps hurried along a corridor. A woman's voice called out, sharp with alarm, though Watson couldn't make out the words. He checked his watch. 6:30, 2 hours until dinner. Time enough to explore a little, to get the lay of the house, and perhaps to understand better what kind of place Baskerville Hall truly was. Time enough to begin the investigation that Holmes would expect to be well underway by the time he arrived, in his own mysterious fashion to take command. Watson turned from the window, squared his shoulders, and went to see what secrets this old house might reveal to someone who knew how to look. The fog pressed against the windows, and somewhere in its depths something howled again, patient and hungry, and utterly sure of its purpose. The morning came softly to Baskerville Hall, the way autumn mornings do in Devonshire when the moors hold their breath between seasons. Watson woke to find pale sunlight filtering through his curtains, the fog of the previous evening burned away by a wind that carried the scent of heather and distant rain. He dressed quickly, splashing cold water on his face from the basin on the washstand, and descended to find breakfast laid out in a dining room that faced south, its windows offering the first clear view he'd had of the landscape that surrounded this ancient house. The moors stretched away like a sea-frozen midstorm, all rises and hollows, the heather turned bronze and russet, interrupted here and there by outcroppings of granite that thrust up from the earth like the bones of some buried giant. In the distance he could see trees rising against the sky, their summits crowned with stones that might have been natural or might have been placed there by hands that had crumbled to dust millennia ago. It was beautiful in a stark, unforgiving way, the kind of beauty that promised nothing and demanded everything. Sir Henry was already at the table, working his way through eggs and bacon with the determined appetite of a man who'd spent a restless night and was trying to convince himself that daylight made everything better. He looked up as Watson entered, and managed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Sleep well, Doctor?" "Well enough," Watson lied, not mentioning the howling that had woken him twice more during the night, or the way he'd lain awake afterward, listening to the house settle and creak around him, imagining footsteps that were probably just the wind or the cooling of old timbers. They ate in companionable silence for a while, and Watson found himself studying the portraits that lined the dining room walls. More Baskervilles, generation after generation, their faces showing the same high cheekbones and firm jaw that he could see in Sir Henry. There was one in particular that caught his attention, a man in the dress of Charles II's court, all lace and velvet and elaborate curls, but his eyes were hard as flint, and his hand rested on the head of a dog, a mastiff of some kind, that looked more wolf than domestic animal. "That's Hugo," Sir Henry said, following Watson's gaze. "Hugo Baskerville, the one who supposedly started it all. The legend says he kidnapped a yeoman's daughter, kept her locked in a room upstairs while he and his friends caroused below. She escaped across the moors, and Hugo rode after her with his hounds, swearing he'd give his body and soul to the devil if he could catch her. They found him dead the next morning, and the girl too, and standing over them both was something that no Christian eyes should have seen, a great black beast shaped like a hound but larger than any hound that ever lived." Watson studied the portrait more carefully. Hugo Baskerville stared back across 3 centuries, and if there was remorse in that painted face for kidnapping and murder and blasphemy, Watson couldn't detect it. He looked instead like a man who'd never questioned his right to take whatever he wanted, who'd lived in a time when the strong did as they pleased and the weak suffered as they must. "And you believe this?" Watson asked carefully. Sir Henry set down his fork and looked out at the moors. "I'm not sure what I believe, Doctor. 2 months ago I would have laughed at the whole thing. Curses and spectral hounds. It's the stuff of penny dreadfuls, not real life. But then I came here, and I heard that howling, and I saw the fear in the servants' eyes. My uncle died of fright, Watson. A healthy man in his 60s, his heart simply stopped because of something he saw on the moor path behind the house. What kind of rational explanation exists for that?" Before Watson could answer, Barrymore entered with fresh tea, his movements precise and silent. The butler's face was even paler than it had been the previous evening, and there were dark circles under his eyes that suggested he too had passed a sleepless night. "Will you be going out today, Sir Henry?" Barrymore asked as he poured. "I thought Dr. Watson and I might walk the grounds," Sir Henry replied. "Get a proper look at the estate in daylight." Something flickered in Barrymore's expression, concern perhaps, or warning. "If I might suggest, sir, It would be best to stay close to the hall. The moors can be treacherous, even for those who know them well. We'll be careful, Sir Henry assured him. But after the butler had withdrawn, he lowered his voice and added, "They're all terrified, Doctor. Every servant in the house. Mrs. Barrymore barely sleeps. I can hear her pacing in the night. And Barrymore himself. He stands at that upstairs window for hours, just staring out at the moors as though he's watching for something." Watson filed this information away. Holmes would want to know about the Barrymores' behaviour, about their nervousness that seemed to go beyond appropriate concern for their employer's safety. They set out after breakfast, wrapped in heavy coats against the wind that swept across the open ground. Sir Henry led the way along a gravel path that wound behind the hall, past formal gardens that had once been elaborate but were now overgrown, the topiary shapeless and wild, the flower beds choked with weeds. An elderly gardener was working near a greenhouse, his movements slow and methodical, and he touched his cap to Sir Henry without meeting his eyes. "That's Anthony," Sir Henry said. "Been with the family 40 years, my uncle told me in one of his letters. Knows every inch of the ground." The path led them to a gate in a high stone wall, beyond which the formal garden gave way to rougher ground, the beginning of the moors proper. Here the heather grew thick, interspersed with gorse and bracken, and the ground beneath their feet was springy with peat that had been accumulating for thousands of years. The air smelled different here, cleaner and wilder, carrying notes of plant life and damp earth, and that indefinable scent that belonged only to places where humanity's mark was light and temporary. They walked in silence for a while, following a path that was barely more than a sheep track winding between the heather. Birds called from the gorse, stone chats and meadow pipits, their voices bright in the morning air. A buzzard circled overhead, riding the wind with barely a wing beat, and Watson felt some of the tension from the previous night begin to ease. In daylight, with the sun warming his face and the whole wide moor spread before him, it was easier to believe that supernatural hounds were nothing more than stories, that whatever had frightened his host was explicable through natural means. "This is where they found him," Sir Henry said suddenly, stopping beside a small wooden gate set in a low wall. "My uncle, right here." Watson looked around. The spot was perhaps a quarter-mile from the hall, though the building was still clearly visible behind them. The path ran along the edge of a yew alley, the ancient trees forming a tunnel of dark branches that would have been pitch black on a moonless night. Beyond the gate, the moor rose gently to a distant tor, and Watson could see the remains of what might have been a prehistoric dwelling. A circle of stones, most fallen, reclaimed by the heather and moss. "He came out after dinner," Sir Henry continued, his voice careful and controlled. "It was his habit, the servant said, to walk here for half an hour before bed. That night, he went out at his usual time, around 9 o'clock. When he didn't return by 10, Barrymore went looking for him, found him lying here beside the gate, his face. Well, you've read the reports." Watson had. The local doctor, a man named Mortimer who'd been a friend of Sir Charles, had described an expression of extreme horror, the kind that suggested the deceased had died looking at something so terrible that his mind had broken under the strain. Heart failure, yes, but heart failure brought on by sheer terror. "Were there any marks on the body?" Watson asked. "Anything that might suggest he'd been attacked?" "None. Dr. Mortimer was very thorough, but he did mention something else, something that wasn't in the official report because he thought people would think him mad. He found footprints, Watson, on the ground near the body. Footprints from some large animal pressed into the soft earth. He said they were like a dog's prints, but much bigger. The biggest he'd ever seen." Watson knelt and examined the ground. It had rained since Sir Charles's death, and any prints would have been washed away, but he could see that the earth here was indeed soft, the kind that would make an impression easily. He straightened and looked around more carefully, trying to imagine the scene as it must have been that night. Darkness, the yew trees creating even deeper shadows, the sound of the wind in the heather, and then... what? What had Sir Charles seen that had stopped his heart? A sound made them both turn. Footsteps approaching along the path they'd followed. A man emerged from behind a rise in the ground, moving with the easy confidence of someone who knew the moors intimately. He was perhaps 35, lean and weather-beaten, dressed in rough tweeds with a butterfly net slung over his shoulder and a specimen tin in his hand. His face was pleasant, open and friendly, though there was something in his eyes that Watson couldn't quite read, a sharpness that suggested a mind constantly observing, constantly cataloguing. "Sir Henry," the man called out, raising a hand in greeting. "Out early, I see. And you must be a visitor from London, Jack Stapleton," he said, extending his hand to Watson. "I have a small place on the other side of Merripit, natural historian and general student of the moors' mysteries, both natural and otherwise." His handshake was firm, his smile genuine, and Watson found himself liking the man immediately. There was something refreshing about his directness, his lack of the fearful watchfulness that characterised everyone else Watson had met since arriving in Devonshire. "Dr. John Watson," he replied. "I'm here to visit Sir Henry and to look into the circumstances of his uncle's death." "Ah, yes, poor Sir Charles. A terrible business." Stapleton's expression grew sombre. "He was a good man, very generous to the local people. His death was a great loss. But you're a medical man, Doctor. Surely you don't give credence to these local superstitions about spectral hounds?" "I give credence to evidence," Watson said carefully, "whatever that evidence might suggest." Stapleton laughed, a bright, genuine sound. "Well said. I like that. Too many people down here let their imaginations run wild. The moors are strange, I'll grant you, and they make strange sounds at night. But there's always a rational explanation, if one looks hard enough. That howling everyone talks about? I'd wager it's nothing more than a vagrant dog gone feral, or perhaps a trick of the wind through the tors. Sound carries oddly out here, echoes and amplifies in ways that can make a terrier sound like a wolf." They walked together for a while, Stapleton pointing out features of interest. A rare butterfly that could sometimes be found near the Grimpen Mire, a peculiar formation of stones that might have been a burial marker or might have been natural. He spoke knowledgeably about the moor's history, the Bronze Age people who'd left their mark everywhere if one knew where to look, the way the landscape had shaped the character of those who lived here, made them superstitious and insular, and inclined to see mystery in everything. "My sister and I moved here 2 years ago," Stapleton explained. "I needed somewhere quiet to pursue my studies, and Beryl, that's my sister, she fell in love with the wildness of it all. We've a small house near Merripit. Nothing grand, but it suits us. You must come to tea sometime, both of you. Beryl would be delighted to meet you." As they talked, Watson found himself studying Stapleton more carefully. The man was well educated, clearly, with the kind of precise vocabulary that suggested university training. His knowledge of natural history was extensive, genuine rather than affected. And yet there was something, some quality Watson couldn't quite name. That made him uneasy. Perhaps it was simply the contrast between Stapleton's cheerful rationality and the fear that gripped everyone else, or perhaps it was something else, some instinct honed by years of watching Holmes' work that whispered this man bore watching. They parted ways at a fork in the path, Stapleton heading toward the Grimpen Mire to hunt for specimens, Sir Henry and Watson turning back toward the hall. The sun had climbed higher now, warming the air, and the moors shimmered in the light, beautiful and ancient and full of secrets that might be nothing more than geology and history, or might be something older, something that predated human understanding. "What did you think of him?" Sir Henry asked when Stapleton was out of earshot. Watson considered the question. "Interesting man, very knowledgeable, and yet," Sir Henry prompted. "I'm not sure," Watson admitted. "Perhaps nothing, perhaps everything. I want to meet his sister, and I'll want to know more about when they arrived here, and why." Sir Henry nodded slowly. "You sound like your friend Mr. Holmes." Watson smiled. "I'll take that as a compliment. Now shall we see what else these moors can tell us before the fog returns?" They walked on, and behind them, the hall crouched against its hillside, watching with blank windows, keeping its 3 centuries of secrets close. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain from the west, and somewhere in the distance, a curlew called its lonely cry. The moors stretched on forever, holding their mysteries tight. The afternoon brought clouds rolling in from the Atlantic, great grey masses that swallowed the sun and turned the moorland back to its more familiar palette of shadow and muted colour. Watson spent the time before lunch exploring the hall itself, moving through rooms that smelled of beeswax and old books, and the particular mustiness that clings to houses where more people have died than been born. The library was on the ground floor, its walls lined floor to ceiling with volumes that chronicled the reading habits of generations. There were the expected works: Shakespeare and Milton, sermons and agricultural treatises, dusty volumes of genealogy, that traced the Baskerville line back to the Norman conquest. But there were also more curious additions: books on folklore and local legend, geological surveys of Dartmoor, even a slim volume on the supernatural published in 1823, its pages heavily annotated in a spidery hand that Watson assumed belonged to one of the more credulous Baskervilles. He was examining a map of the surrounding estates, noting the location of various farms and landmarks, when a soft knock at the door announced Mrs. Barrymore. The housekeeper entered with the same silent efficiency she brought to everything, her face as unreadable as ever. "Lunch will be ready shortly, Dr. Watson," she said. "Sir Henry asked me to tell you." "Thank you, Mrs. Barrymore." Watson paused, then added, "You've been with the family a long time, I understand." 20 years, sir, since I married Barrymore. He'd already been in service here since he was a boy." "Then you knew Sir Charles well?" Something flickered in her eyes. Grief, perhaps, or guilt, or something Watson couldn't quite identify. "He was a good master, sir, fair and generous. His death was a great shock to us all." "Did you see him the night he died?" Mrs. Barrymore's hands twisted in her apron, the first nervous gesture Watson had seen from her. "I saw him go out for his walk, same as always. He liked to smoke his cigar in the yew alley. Said the night air helped him sleep." "And did you hear anything unusual that evening? Anything that might explain what happened?" The housekeeper was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed somewhere past Watson's shoulder. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "I heard him cry out, sir. Just once. A terrible sound, like a man in mortal fear. And then I heard the howling. That awful howling that's plagued us ever since." "You've heard it before? Before Sir Charles's death, I mean?" "Once or twice. Years ago. Old stories say it comes when death is near for a Baskerville. My grandmother told me she heard it the night Sir Charles's grandfather died, back in 47. But I never gave it much thought until—" She trailed off, her composure cracking slightly. "Until that night." Watson waited, letting the silence stretch. It was a technique he'd learned from Holmes. People often revealed more when given space to fill than when pressed with questions. "We should have warned him," Mrs. Barrymore said suddenly, her voice thick with emotion. "Should have told him to stay inside, to not go walking after dark. But he wouldn't have listened. He was a rational man, sir, like yourself. He didn't believe in curses and hounds from hell. And now he's dead, and Sir Henry's here, and it's all happening again." Before Watson could respond, she composed herself with visible effort, smoothed her apron, and retreated from the library, leaving him with more questions than answers. Lunch was a subdued affair, cold meat and bread and cheese, eaten in the small dining room that Sir Henry said he preferred to the formal one. Afterward, Watson suggested they visit some of the neighbouring properties, to get a sense of the land and perhaps to learn more about the recent sales that the woman in the village had mentioned. They took the dog-cart with Sir Henry handling the reins and drove first to a farm about 2 miles east of the Hall. The place had clearly been prosperous once. The house was solid stone, the barns well maintained, the fields showing signs of careful cultivation. But it stood empty now, windows dark, the yard overgrown with weeds that suggested months of neglect. "The Hendersons," Sir Henry said as they stood in the yard. "The family has been here 5 generations. They sold up 3 months ago, right after my uncle died. The agent told me they took half what the place was worth just to be gone quickly." Watson walked around the property, noting details. The house was locked, but he could see through the windows that furniture remained inside, abandoned as though the family had simply walked away from everything. In the barn, tools hung on their hooks, rusting now from exposure to the damp air. It was eerie, this place frozen in time, as though waiting for inhabitants who would never return. "Who bought it?" Watson asked. "Some company out of Plymouth. British South West Land Development, they call themselves. The same company that's bought up most of the other properties around here." They visited 3 more farms that afternoon, and the story was the same at each. Families who'd worked the land for generations, suddenly willing to sell for far less than market value, fleeing as though pursued by something more terrible than mere economic hardship. And always it was the same company buying this British South West Land Development that no one seemed to know much about. At the last farm, they found someone still in residence, an old man named Fletcher, bent with age and work, who was loading the last of his possessions onto a cart in the yard. His face was deeply lined, weathered by decades of wind and sun, and his hands shook as he worked. "Mr. Fletcher?" Sir Henry approached carefully, his voice gentle. "I'm Sir Henry Baskerville. This is Dr. Watson, a friend from London." The old man straightened, or tried to, his spine no longer capable of full movement. His eyes, when they met Sir Henry's, were filled with a mixture of shame and relief. "Sir Henry, I heard you'd come. I'm sorry to be leaving, sir. My family's worked this land since before Waterloo." "Then why leave now?" Watson asked. Fletcher's gaze shifted to the moors visible beyond his fields, and his face went pale. "I saw it, sir, 3 nights ago, up by the old stone circle. Big as a calf it was, black as midnight, and its eyes. God help me, its eyes glowed like coals in a forge. I ain't a fanciful man, Doctor. I've lived here all my life, seen all manner of natural things. But that wasn't natural. That was the Hound, just like the old stories say." "And someone offered to buy your farm?" Watson pressed. "Aye. The man came round the very next morning, as if he knew I'd be ready to sell. Said his company was buying up moorland properties, consolidating them for sheep grazing or some such. Offered cash money, immediate settlement. Less than the place is worth, but enough to start over somewhere else, somewhere that thing doesn't roam." "This man," Sir Henry said. "What did he look like?" Fletcher thought for a moment. Well-dressed city fellow, not from around here, had papers all drawn up proper, like he'd been carrying them around just waiting for someone to sell. Said his name was, let me think, Bennett, or Baxter, something like that. After Fletcher had driven away, his cart, creaking under its load, Watson and Sir Henry stood in the empty yard and looked at each other. The implications were clear, even without Holmes there to spell them out. Someone was using the legend of the Hound, possibly using an actual trained dog to create the howling and the sightings, to frighten locals into selling their property cheaply. It was exploitation of the cruelest kind, preying on superstition and genuine fear for financial gain. "But who?" Sir Henry asked. "And why these particular properties? They're not especially valuable, not worth the effort of such an elaborate scheme." Watson pulled out the map he'd taken from the library, spreading it on the cart's seat. He marked the locations of the farms that had been sold, and a pattern began to emerge. They formed a rough circle around a central point, an area of moorland that the map labelled simply as Merripit Mire, dangerous. "The mire," Watson said slowly. "All these properties give access to or surround the Grimpen Mire. Why would anyone want land that's mostly bog?" Before Sir Henry could answer, the sound of hoofbeats made them turn. A rider was approaching along the road, moving at a canter that suggested urgency. As the figure drew closer, Watson recognised the lean form of Jack Stapleton, though the man's usual pleasant expression was replaced by something more serious. "Sir Henry, Dr. Watson," Stapleton called out, pulling his horse to a stop. The animal was lathered with sweat, its sides heaving. "I'm glad I found you. You need to come back to the hall immediately." "What's happened?" Sir Henry demanded. "It's Barrymore. One of the tenant farmers saw him on the moor last night, well after midnight, signalling with a candle from one of the upper windows. When I heard about it in the village, I thought you should know immediately. If your butler is engaged in some kind of signalling, it might have bearing on everything else that's been happening." They returned to Baskerville Hall at speed, the dog-cart rattling over the rough road. Watson's mind working through the implications. Barrymore's nervousness, his late-night vigils at the window, Mrs. Barrymore's barely concealed fear. It all pointed to something, though what remained unclear. The butler was in the hall when they arrived, and Sir Henry confronted him directly, his Canadian bluntness cutting through the usual protocols of master and servant. "Barrymore, you've been seen signalling from the upstairs windows at night. What's the meaning of it?" The butler's already pale face went sheet white. He opened his mouth, closed it, then seemed to sag, as though a weight he'd been carrying had finally become too heavy. "Sir Henry, I must beg for your understanding. It's not what you think." "Then what is it?" Watson asked, not unkindly. Mrs. Barrymore appeared in the doorway, her hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide with fear. "John, don't—" "It's my wife's brother, sir," Barrymore said, the words tumbling, out in a rush. "Selden. You've heard of him, perhaps. The Notting Hill murderer. He escaped from Princetown Prison 3 weeks ago. He's my wife's brother, sir, her only family, and despite his crimes, she couldn't bear to see him hunted down like an animal. He's hiding on the moor, and I've been signalling to let him know when it's safe to come to the house for food and supplies." The story poured out, how Selden had made his way across the moor to Baskerville Hall, knowing his sister was there, how Mrs. Barrymore had pleaded with her husband to help, how they'd been leaving food and clothing in an old shepherd's hut on the edge of the property, signalling with a candle to guide Selden safely through the darkness. "I know it was wrong, Sir Henry," Barrymore said, his voice breaking. "I know we should have told the authorities, but he's family, sir. Blood." And Mrs. Barrymore was beside herself with worry. I couldn't refuse her. Sir Henry looked at Watson, then back at the butler. His face was stern, but there was understanding in his eyes too. "This is a serious matter, Barrymore. Harbouring a fugitive. I know, sir. I'll submit to whatever punishment you think fit. But I beg you, don't blame my wife. This was my doing." Watson stepped forward. "Where is Selden now?" "On the moor, sir. He moves about, never staying in one place long, but he usually comes within sight of the hall after midnight, watching for my signal." An idea was forming in Watson's mind, one that Holmes would certainly approve of. "Tonight, you'll signal as usual, but Dr. Watson and I will be watching from outside. We won't interfere with your brother-in-law, but there's a chance that if he's been moving about the moor at night, he might have seen something, seen whoever is behind the Hound's appearances." Sir Henry nodded slowly. "Agreed. Barrymore, you and your wife will continue exactly as you have been. But understand this, once we've finished our investigation, Selden must turn himself in. I won't have him on my land indefinitely." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." After the servants had withdrawn, Stapleton, who'd been watching the whole exchange with evident interest, turned to Watson. "So the mysterious signals have a mundane explanation after all. I told you, Doctor, there's always a rational answer if one looks hard enough." "Perhaps," Watson said, "but one mystery solved doesn't mean there aren't others still waiting. Tell me, Mr. Stapleton, how well do you know this British Southwest Land Development Company?" Something flickered in Stapleton's eyes, gone too quickly to interpret. "Only what everyone knows, that they've been buying up properties. Why do you ask?" "Simply curious," Watson replied, though he filed away that momentary reaction, that tiny hesitation that might mean everything or nothing. After Stapleton had left, promising to extend his sister's invitation to tea, Watson stood at the window of the drawing-room and watched the afternoon fade into evening. The clouds had lowered further and a fine rain had begun, the kind that would soak through clothes in minutes, that would make the moor treacherous and cold. Tonight, he thought, they would watch and wait. And perhaps tonight the moor would yield some of its secrets. Perhaps they would see the Hound, or the man who controlled it. Perhaps Selden would prove to be more than just a fugitive, would know something that would crack this case wide open. Or perhaps the night would bring only more questions, more mysteries layered on top of mysteries, the way the fog layered itself across the ancient landscape. Watson checked his revolver one more time, ensuring it was loaded and ready. Whatever came with the darkness, he would face it as he'd faced everything else in his partnership with Holmes, with courage, with reason, and with the solid certainty that human wickedness, however disguised, could always be unmasked and defeated. The rain fell harder, drumming against the windows, and somewhere out on the moor something waited. The night was coming, and with it, answers. Midnight found Watson and Sir Henry crouched in the ruins of an old stone shelter some 200 yards from Baskerville Hall, the rain having ceased but the air still heavy with moisture that clung to everything like a second skin. The moon had risen, 3/4 full, casting enough light through the broken clouds to render the moorland visible in shades of silver and black. Every rock, every clump of heather stood out in sharp relief, and the shadows they cast seemed deeper for the contrast, as though the darkness itself had weight and substance. They had positioned themselves carefully, following a plan Watson had sketched out over dinner. From their vantage point they could see the upper windows of the hall where Barrymore would place his signal, and they had a clear view of the moorland approaches. Sir Henry had wanted to bring a lantern, but Watson had vetoed the idea. Better to let their eyes adjust to the darkness, to become part of the night themselves rather than announce their presence. The cold seeped through Watson's coat despite its weight, settling into his bones with the particular insistence of dampness combined with stillness. Beside him, Sir Henry shifted position occasionally, trying to maintain circulation, his breath visible in small clouds that dissipated quickly in the night air. Neither man spoke. They had said everything that needed saying back at the hall, and now there was only the waiting, the watching, and the silence broken occasionally by the cry of some night bird, or the whisper of wind through the heather. At 12:30, a light appeared in one of the hall's upper windows, Barrymore's candle steady and bright, held long enough for anyone watching to mark it, then withdrawn. Watson felt Sir Henry tense beside him, both of them straining to see if there would be any response from the darkness. Minutes passed. The moon slid, behind a cloud, plunging the moor into deeper shadow, then emerged again. Watson's hand rested on the revolver in his pocket, not because he expected to need it against a fleeing convict, but because old habits died hard, and the night was full of uncertainties. Then movement, perhaps 300 yards distant on the slope of the tor that rose above the hall. A figure, dark against the lighter stone, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who knew the ground well but was taking no chances. The figure paused, seeming to study the hall, then began to descend, picking its way between the rocks and gorse bushes. "That's not Selden," Watson whispered, so softly that Sir Henry had to lean close to hear. Wrong direction, wrong build entirely. Because this figure was tall and moved with an ease that spoke of familiarity with outdoor life, a confidence that a fugitive, hunted and fearful, would not possess. Watson could make out few details at this distance, but something in the man's posture, in the way he carried himself, suggested education and authority rather than desperation. The figure reached level ground and stood for a moment, perfectly still, as though listening or watching or simply feeling the pulse of the night. Then, with movements so natural they might have been rehearsed, he turned and walked not toward the hall but away from it, heading in the direction of Merripit Mire, disappearing gradually into the broken terrain. "Who was that?" Sir Henry breathed. Watson shook his head. "I don't know, but I intend to find out. Stay here, keep watch. If the real Selden appears, don't approach him, just observe." Before Sir Henry could protest, Watson was moving, keeping low, using the folds in the ground and the scattered rocks for cover. He'd learned stalking in Afghanistan, tracking men who knew they were hunted and fought like cornered animals. This was easier in some ways. The watcher didn't know he was being followed, but the terrain was treacherous, and Watson had to balance speed with caution, had to keep his quarry in sight while avoiding the bogs that could swallow a man in minutes. The figure ahead maintained a steady pace, never looking back, moving as though he owned the night and everything in it. Watson followed at a distance that made him nervous. Too far and he might lose his man in the darkness, too close and he risked detection. The moon was both blessing and curse, providing light to see by but also making him visible should the figure turn around. They crossed perhaps a mile of moorland, moving roughly north and east into country Watson had not yet explored. Here the ground became rougher, broken by more frequent outcroppings of granite, and the vegetation changed subtly. More moss, fewer flowering plants, the kind of adaptation that spoke of wetter conditions. The Grimpen Mire, Watson realised, was somewhere close. The figure ahead stopped suddenly, and Watson froze, pressing himself against a large boulder. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, from somewhere to the left, came a sound that made Watson's blood run cold, a howl, deep and resonant, rising and falling with a cadence that was almost musical, utterly inhuman, and filled with a hunger that seemed to reach back through millennia to a time when humans were prey. The sound echoed across the moor, seeming to come from everywhere at once, and Watson felt every primitive instinct in his body screaming at him to run, to find shelter, to put distance between himself and whatever made that terrible noise. He forced himself to remain still, to breathe slowly, to think rather than react. The figure ahead had turned toward the sound, and now, with the moonlight falling directly on his face, Watson saw him clearly for the first time, and felt a shock lance through him like electricity. It was Holmes. Sherlock Holmes, wrapped in a dark coat, his face leaner than Watson remembered, stood on the moorland as though he'd been there all along, as though he belonged to this landscape of stone and heather and ancient fears. He stood perfectly still, listening, his head tilted slightly in that characteristic pose Watson knew so well, analysing the howl with the same clinical interest he might bring to examining a bloodstain or a fragment of tobacco ash. Watson started forward, relief and confusion warring in his chest, but before he could call out, Holmes raised a hand in a gesture that was unmistakably a command to stop, to stay hidden. And so Watson froze again, watching as his friend turned and walked quickly toward the source of the howling, disappearing into a fold in the ground. The night fell silent again, the last echoes of that terrible sound fading into memory. Watson remained where he was, counting heartbeats, trying to make sense of what he'd seen. Holmes was here, had been here for how long? Days, certainly, perhaps since before Watson had arrived. Had been living rough on the moor, watching Baskerville haul from the tors, conducting his own investigation in his own inimitable way. Watson felt a flash of irritation. It was so typical of Holmes to work alone, to keep his own counsel, to let Watson stumble about in ignorance while he gathered information from the shadows. But the irritation was tempered by relief, and he had to admit, admiration. Because if Holmes was here, if Holmes was taking this case seriously enough to rough it on the Dartmoor in October, then there was something genuinely dangerous at work, something worth this level of dedication. Another sound broke the silence, this one entirely different. A man's scream, sharp and terrible, cut off abruptly. It came from the same direction Holmes had gone, perhaps a quarter-mile distant, perhaps less. Watson was moving before he fully registered the decision, scrambling over rocks and through heather, his revolver now in his hand, caution abandoned in favour of speed. He crested a rise and saw before him a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. A hollow in the ground, perhaps 20 yards across, and in it, illuminated by moonlight, stood the largest dog Watson had ever seen. It was mastiff-sized, maybe larger, its coat black as coal, and as it moved, its mouth opened to reveal teeth that gleamed white against the darkness. But it was the eyes that held Watson's attention. They glowed, actually glowed, with a greenish-yellow light that had nothing to do with reflected moonlight that seemed to come from within. The creature had something in its jaws, was shaking it with savage intensity, and Watson realized with horror that it was a man, or had been. The body hung limp now, clearly beyond help, and the dog dropped it and turned toward Watson, its glowing eyes fixing on him with predatory interest. Watson raised his revolver, sighted along the barrel as he'd been taught 20 years ago in another life, and fired. The shot cracked across the moor like a whip, and the creature yelped, a sound so normal, so dog-like, that it was almost jarring after the supernatural howl, and stumbled. Watson fired again, and this time the animal went down, thrashing briefly before going still. Holmes appeared from the darkness, moving quickly, and knelt beside the fallen beast. "Watson, thank God! Don't come closer yet, not until I've examined this thing." Watson approached anyway, his medical training overriding Holmes's command, because the body on the ground was still human, and there might be something he could do. But as he knelt beside it, he saw immediately that there was no hope. The throat had been torn out, the wounds were massive, and death would have been nearly instantaneous. The man was dressed in rough prison clothes, and even in death, his face bore the marks of brutality and violence. This was Selden, the Notting Hill murderer, and whatever crimes he'd committed in life, he'd paid for them now in the most terrible way. "Don't touch the dog yet," Holmes said sharply, and Watson looked up to see his friend approaching the fallen creature with extraordinary caution, using a stick to prod at it from a distance. "The eyes, Watson! Look at its eyes!" Watson looked. The greenish glow was fading now, but it was still visible, and as he watched, Holmes used his stick to scrape at the creature's muzzle. Something came away, a thick viscous substance that gleamed faintly in the moonlight. "Phosphorus," Holmes said softly, "mixed with some kind of paste to make it adhere to the fur. The whole muzzle is painted with it, probably the eyes as well. In darkness it would glow with precisely the effect we've just witnessed, combined with the animal's natural size and ferocity." He stood, looking down at the dog with something like pity. A mastiff, I think, or perhaps a mastiff crossed with a bloodhound, trained to attack, starved to make it vicious, and painted to make it appear supernatural. Brilliant in its cruelty, and effective beyond measure, Watson holstered his revolver with shaking hands. The adrenaline that had carried him through the past few minutes was ebbing, leaving him cold and sick. "You knew," he said. "You knew it was real, just a real dog." "I suspected." There were too many practical details in the sightings. The footprints Mortimer found, the fact that people heard it rather than simply claiming to have seen a ghostly vision. Ghosts don't leave tracks or need to howl. Dogs do both. Holmes looked at Selden's body, his expression unreadable. "I didn't intend for this to happen. I've been tracking the beast for 3 days, trying to find where it's kept, who controls it. Tonight it was released earlier than usual and I was out of position." "Released by whom?" Holmes's face hardened. "That, my dear Watson, is the question that will lead us to a murderer. Come, we need to get Sir Henry. This poor devil is beyond our help, but there are things to be done before morning, and I need to collect my equipment from where I've been camping. We have much to discuss, you and I." They made their way back across the moor, and Watson found that the landscape no longer seemed quite so mysterious, quite so threatening. The supernatural had been reduced to chemistry and animal training, the curse to human wickedness. It should have been a comfort, this reassertion of reason over superstition. But as they walked, Watson couldn't shake the memory of that howl, couldn't quite dismiss the primal terror it had induced, because whoever had created this scheme had understood something fundamental about fear, about the power of legend to overwhelm reason, about the places in the human mind where darkness still held sway, despite all the advances of science and civilization. They found Sir Henry still at his post, and Watson saw his relief at seeing them turn quickly to horror as they explained what had happened. Together the three of them returned to collect Selden's body, wrapped it in Holmes's camping blanket and carried it back to the hall. Dawn was breaking as they finally settled in the drawing room, a fire hastily lit against the chill tea and whiskey on the table between them. Holmes looked gaunt, his face showing the privations of days spent living rough, but his eyes were bright with the intensity that Watson knew meant the case was approaching its climax. "Gentlemen," Holmes said, warming his hands on a teacup, "we are dealing with a particularly clever and ruthless individual, someone who has exploited local legend to create a reign of terror, driving people from their land so it can be purchased cheaply. Someone with knowledge of chemistry, of animal training, and of human psychology. Someone who is willing to kill to protect their scheme. Stapleton," Watson said, the pieces falling into place in his mind. "It has to be. The timing of his arrival, his interest in the legend, his scientific knowledge—" "Jack Stapleton is not who he claims to be," Holmes confirmed. "The real! Jack Stapleton died 2 years ago in Central America. This man took his identity, came here with a woman he claims is his sister, but who is almost certainly his wife, and set about implementing a plan of remarkable audacity. He needed land around the Grimpen Mire, wanted it for reasons we haven't yet determined, and he was willing to use murder and terror to get it." Sir Henry's face was pale in the firelight. "But why? What's so valuable about bogland that's barely fit for grazing?" Holmes smiled, a thin, cold expression. "That, Sir Henry, is what we shall discover tonight. Because tonight we set a trap of our own. Tonight we end this business once and for all." Outside, the sun climbed higher, burning away the night's mysteries, and the moor stretched vast and patient, waiting to yield its final secrets. The day that followed Selden's death moved with the peculiar slowness that comes before action, when every hour feels stretched and taut, when the mind cannot settle on anything but what is to come. Holmes, after extracting a promise from Watson and Sir Henry that they would tell no one of his presence, retreated to an unused room in the east wing to sleep, his body finally demanding what his mind had denied it for days. Watson found himself pacing the drawing room, unable to rest, his thoughts circling back again and again to the image of that terrible beast, to its glowing eyes and savage purpose. Sir Henry spent the morning dealing with the grim necessities that followed violent death. The body of Selden had been placed in the old ice house behind the hall, and Sir Henry rode to Grimpen to notify the police, carrying a story that Holmes had carefully constructed, that the escaped convict had been killed by a wild dog, species unknown, possibly a feral mastiff. The doctor would examine the body, the police would make their reports, and by the time anyone questioned the convenient explanation, Holmes expected to have the case resolved. Barrymore and his wife had been told, and their grief was genuine despite Selden's crimes. Mrs. Barrymore wept silently in the kitchen, and her husband moved through his duties like a man in a dream, his face grey with shock and guilt. They had tried to save him, Watson thought, and in trying had perhaps only made his death more certain. It was the kind of tragedy that Holmes would dismiss as the inevitable consequence of crime and foolishness, but Watson, with his softer heart, felt the weight of it. The afternoon brought visitors. First came Dr. Mortimer, the local physician who had been Sir Charles's friend. A tall, thin man with a scholarly stoop and kind eyes behind steel-rimmed spectacles. He examined Selden's remains with professional thoroughness, made notes in a leather-bound book, and pronounced death to have been caused by massive trauma to the throat and neck, consistent with an animal attack of extraordinary violence. "I've never seen wounds quite like these," Mortimer said to Watson, speaking, doctor to doctor, away from Sir Henry's hearing. "The jaw strength required to inflict this kind of damage. It would have to be a very large dog indeed, mastiff-sized, perhaps larger. But what would such an animal be doing loose on the moors?" Watson murmured something non-committal about feral dogs, about animals escaped from some travelling show perhaps, and Mortimer accepted it, because the alternative, that someone had deliberately trained and unleashed a killing beast, was too monstrous to contemplate without proof. Later, as the sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon, Stapleton arrived, his usual cheerful demeanour slightly subdued by the news of the death. He expressed sympathy for the Barrymores, made observations about the dangers of escaped convicts attempting to survive on the moor, and extended once again his invitation for Watson and Sir Henry to take tea at Merripit House. "Perhaps in a few days," Sir Henry said smoothly, "when this sad business has been properly concluded." Watson watched Stapleton carefully throughout the visit, looking for any sign of guilt or nervousness, any crack in the pleasant facade. But the man was either innocent or a consummate actor. He spoke knowledgeably about the dangers of the Grimpen Mire, about how easy it would be for someone unfamiliar with the moor to stumble into a bog, how the same treacherous ground that made the area dangerous also made it beautiful, a haven for rare plants and butterflies that thrived in the wet conditions. "I've been mapping the safe paths through the mire," Stapleton said, accepting tea from Mrs. Barrymore. "It's delicate work. The ground shifts with the seasons, and what's solid in summer might be deadly in winter. But there are wonders there for those willing to take the risk. Carnivorous plants, rare mosses, bird species that nest nowhere else in England." After Stapleton had left, Watson found Holmes in the library, awake and restored, bent over the map Watson had borrowed days ago. The detective had added numerous markings to it, pencil lines and cryptic notations that covered the area around Merripit Mire. "He's been most helpful, our Mr. Stapleton," Holmes said without looking up, "telling us exactly what we needed to know while thinking he's simply making conversation. The mire is the key, Watson. The land he's bought up, the properties he's frightened people into selling, they all provide access to or surround the Grimpen Mire, and now we know that he's the only person who truly knows the safe paths through it." "But why?" Watson asked. "What could possibly be in a bog that's worth murder?" Holmes straightened, his eyes glittering with that fierce intelligence that Watson had seen 100 times before, always at the moment when the solution to some impossible puzzle became clear. "Consider the history, Watson. This area was wealthy once, centuries ago. Tin mining made fortunes in Cornwall and Devon during medieval times. The Romans extracted minerals here, and before them, the Bronze Age people worked copper and gold. What if there's something in or beneath the Grimpen Mire? Some deposit of valuable minerals, some cache of ancient artifacts. What if Stapleton, in his explorations, discovered something worth a fortune, hidden where no one else dares to venture?" Watson felt excitement kindle in his chest. It made sense. Perfect sense. And so he needed to secure the land, to prevent anyone else from accessing the mire, from potentially discovering whatever he had found. Precisely. He needed secrecy and security. But the land wasn't for sale. These families had held their properties for generations. So he created the Hound, exploited the local legend, and turned superstition into a weapon that drove them away. Holmes's face hardened. And when Sir Charles died of fright, when that first death proved how effective his creation was, he didn't stop. He continued, refined his methods, because the end justified the means in his twisted calculation. "What's our move, then?" Holmes moved to the window, looking out at the moor as the afternoon light began to soften toward evening. "Tonight we use Sir Henry as bait. We let Stapleton know that Sir Henry will be walking across the moor after dinner from Merripit House back to the Hall. We make it appear that Sir Henry will be alone, vulnerable, and we wait for the Hound to be released." "That's incredibly dangerous," Watson protested. "We saw what that beast did to Selden. We'll be prepared this time, armed, positioned, ready, And we need to catch Stapleton in the act, Watson. We need to prove not just that the Hound exists, but that he controls it, that he's responsible for everything that's happened. Otherwise he'll slip away, destroy the evidence, and disappear to surface elsewhere under another identity. Sir Henry, when informed of the plan, accepted it with the fatalism of a man who'd made peace with danger. "If it ends this business," he said, "if it makes the hall safe and clears my family's name of this curse, then I'll gladly play my part. When do we go?" "You'll dine with Stapleton and his sister tonight," Holmes instructed. "During dinner, you'll casually mention that you need to return to the hall early, that you have business to attend to. You'll insist on walking despite any protests, claiming that you enjoy the exercise and that you're not frightened of old legends. That will be Stapleton's cue." "And where will you be?" "Watson and I will follow you to Merripit House, staying out of sight. While you dine, we'll position ourselves along your route back. We'll be armed and ready. When the Hound is released, we'll kill it, and we'll have Stapleton trapped." The plan was set. Sir Henry dressed for dinner, and as the sun touched the horizon, painting the moor in shades of copper and gold, he set out for Merripit House, following the path that skirted the edge of the Grimpen Mire. Holmes and Watson followed 20 minutes later, moving quickly through the gathering dusk, carrying revolvers and a lantern that would remain shuttered until needed. Merripit House, when they reached a vantage point overlooking it, was a surprise. Larger than Watson had expected. A solid Georgian structure of grey stone that must have belonged to some prosperous family in its time. Lights burned in the windows, warm and welcoming, and through one of them, Watson could see figures moving. Sir Henry being greeted by a woman who must be Stapleton's sister, or wife, or whatever she truly was. Holmes led them to a position perhaps 200 yards from the house, hidden behind a rise in the ground that gave them a clear view of both the building and the path Sir Henry would take when he left. The night was clear, stars beginning to emerge in a sky that had finally shed its clouds, and a nearly full moon was rising, turning the landscape into something from a dream. Beautiful and strange. They settled in to wait, and Watson found his mind wandering back over the case, over all the pieces that had seemed disconnected but were now forming a coherent picture. The legend of the Hound, centuries old, providing perfect cover for a modern crime, the exploitation of fear, the manipulation of superstition, Sir Charles's death, probably unintended, a test that had gone too far, killing a man Stapleton had perhaps not meant to harm, and then the decision to continue, to use that death as proof of the Hound's reality, to intensify the campaign of terror. "There's a coldness to it," Watson said softly, "a calculation that's almost more frightening than the violence itself." "The criminal mind often works thus," Holmes replied, his voice equally quiet. "Stapleton is intelligent, educated, resourceful. Under other circumstances he might have been a valuable member of society. But he lacks that fundamental moral sense that separates civilization from savagery. He sees people as obstacles or tools, nothing more. Sir Charles's terror, the grief of the Barrymores, the fear of an entire community, none of it matters to him beyond how it serves his purpose." An hour passed, then another. The moon climbed higher, and the cold deepened, seeping through their coats despite the woolen scarves they'd wrapped around their necks. Watson flexed his fingers periodically, keeping them limber, keeping them ready to draw and fire if necessary. Then, at last, movement from the house. The door opened, spilling light across the gravel drive, and 3 figures emerged, Sir Henry, Stapleton, and the woman. There was conversation, too distant for Watson to hear, and then Sir Henry was setting off alone, walking with deliberate casualness along the path that would take him back to Baskerville Hall. Stapleton and the woman stood watching for a moment, then retreated inside. The door closed, and the warm light from the windows seemed suddenly sinister, a facade hiding darker purposes. "Now," Holmes breathed. "He'll release the Hound now, or not at all." They waited, barely breathing, watching the house and the landscape around it. Sir Henry was perhaps 50 yards distant now, moving at a steady pace, and Watson's every instinct screamed at him to call out, to warn his friend of the danger that might be racing toward him through the darkness. A sound broke the silence. The creak of a door, but not the front entrance. Somewhere behind the house, on the side that faced the moor and the Grimpen Mire beyond. Holmes touched Watson's arm, pointed, and Watson saw it. A massive shadow, darker than the surrounding night, moving with liquid speed across the ground. The Hound had been released. "Wait," Holmes whispered. "Let it close the distance. We need to be certain of our shots." The beast was running now, closing on Sir Henry with terrible speed, and Watson could see that it was even larger than he'd remembered from the previous night, could see the phosphorescent glow beginning to emanate from its muzzle and eyes, as the movement caused the chemical paste to activate more fully. In the moonlight, the effect was nightmarish. A creature that seemed to burn with internal fire that looked like something torn from the depths of hell itself. Sir Henry heard it, turned, and even from this distance, Watson could see the shock and fear that froze him in place. The young man stood rooted, staring at the approaching nightmare, and for a terrible moment Watson thought he would simply stand there, paralysed as his uncle had been, and let the beast take him. But Sir Henry was made of sterner stuff than that. He pulled something from his pocket, a walking stick heavy and iron-tipped, and raised it like a club, setting his feet, preparing to fight, even though the fight was hopeless. "Now," Holmes commanded, and they both stood, raised their revolvers, and fired in the same instant. The shots cracked across the moor, 1-2, and the Hound stumbled but didn't fall, didn't stop. Watson fired again, and this time he saw the bullet strike, and saw the beast's head snap back. Holmes's revolver spoke twice more in rapid succession, and finally, mercifully, the creature went down, its momentum carrying it forward in a rolling tumble that ended just yards from where Sir Henry stood, white-faced and shaking. Watson was running before the echo of the last shot had faded, racing towards Sir Henry, while Holmes sprinted in the opposite direction toward Merripit House. Watson reached the young baronet and grasped his shoulders, checking him for injury, finding him whole but in shock. "It's dead," Watson said firmly. "It's over. It was just a dog, Sir Henry. Just a very large, very dangerous dog, but mortal for all that." Sir Henry's gaze was fixed on the fallen beast, and Watson could see him struggling to reconcile what his eyes had seen, a demon from hell, with what his reason told him must be true. A trained animal, however terrifying. Slowly, understanding dawned, and with it came anger, hot and fierce. "Stapleton," he said, and his voice shook with rage. This was his doing. From the direction of Merripit House came the sound of shouting, and a woman's scream, high and desperate. Watson left Sir Henry standing over the dead Hound and ran toward the house, his revolver ready, though he wasn't sure what he'd find or what might be needed. The front door stood open, and Watson entered to find chaos. The dining room showed signs of a hasty departure. Overturned chairs, napkins thrown on the table, a wine glass shattered on the floor. From somewhere deeper in the house came Holmes's voice, commanding and sharp. Watson followed the sound to a back room, a kind of study or office, and found Holmes standing over a cowering woman, Stapleton's sister, though Watson could see now that she was far too elegant, too sophisticated to be merely the sister of a country naturalist. This was a woman who'd known wealth and society, who'd been shaped by a harder, more complex world than rural Devonshire. "Where is he?" Holmes demanded. "Where has Stapleton gone?" The woman looked up, and her face was a mask of desperation and bitter triumph mixed. "The mire," she said. "He ran for the mire when he heard the shots, but you'll never catch him, not without knowing the paths. He'll hide there until you've given up searching, and then he'll slip away. He always slips away." Holmes's jaw tightened. "How long has this been planned? How long have you been helping him?" "Helping him?" The woman laughed, a sound without humour. "I'm his prisoner as much as his accomplice. Do you think I wanted this? He told me it would be simple land speculation, told me we'd be wealthy and free. He never said anything about murder, about that thing he created. By the time I understood, it was too late. I was already implicated, already guilty." Watson heard footsteps behind him, and turned to find Sir Henry, his colour returning, his expression grim. "The mire, you said? Then we'll search the mire." "That's suicide," the woman said flatly. "Even in daylight with a guide, it's dangerous. At night, without knowing the safe paths, you'll die in the bog within minutes." Holmes was already moving toward the door. "Then we use what we have. Watson, Sir Henry, brings lanterns. We may not be able to follow him into the mire, but we can position ourselves around its edges, waiting for him to emerge. He can't stay hidden forever. He'll need food, water, shelter. We'll wait for him out." But as they emerged from Merripit House and looked toward the Grimpen mire, Watson felt hope sink like a stone. The fog was rising, pouring up from the wetlands like water from a broken dam, thick and white and impenetrable. In minutes, it would blanket everything, turn the moor into a world of blind stumbling where 3 feet might as well be 3 miles. They tried anyway, spreading out along the edge of the mire, their lanterns creating small islands of light in the growing murk. Watson could hear the others calling to each other, their voices muffled and directionless in the fog. He moved carefully, testing each step, knowing that the bog could open beneath him without warning, that one wrong move would see him sucked down into depths from which there would be no rescue. An hour passed, then 2. The fog grew thicker if anything, and the cold bit deeper. Watson's lantern revealed nothing but white emptiness, and, occasionally, the gleam of standing water or the darker shadow of a clump of reeds. He called out periodically, hearing answering shouts from Holmes and Sir Henry, maintaining contact, ensuring no one became lost. Then, drifting through the fog from somewhere ahead, came a sound that made Watson's blood freeze. A man screaming, the sound raw with terror and agony and hopeless desperation. It rose and fell, echoed strangely in the fog, and then stopped abruptly, cut off as though a door had slammed. Watson stood frozen listening, but there was nothing more, just silence and the whisper of fog moving across the wet ground. He called out for Holmes, for Sir Henry, and after what seemed an eternity they found each other, their lanterns like will-o'-wisps in the murk. "That was Stapleton," Holmes said, his voice flat. "He missed his path in the fog. The Grimpenmire has claimed him." They searched for another hour, calling out, hoping against hope for some response, but there was nothing. The fog grew thicker still, and finally, reluctantly, Holmes acknowledged that further searching was futile and dangerous. "We'll return in the morning," he said, "with proper equipment and help from the locals who know the mire's edges. If there's anything to be found, we'll find it then." They made their way back to Merripit House, collected the woman who called herself Stapleton's sister, and returned to Baskerville Hall as dawn was beginning to break, painting the fog with shades of pearl and rose. The woman, installed in a guest room with Mrs. Barrymore watching over her, told them everything over tea in the drawing room. Her real name was Beryl Garcia. She'd been married to the man who'd called himself Jack Stapleton for 5 years, had followed him through a series of frauds and schemes across 2 continents. He'd discovered the possibility of minerals in the Grimpenmire through old documents he'd found in a London library, had created the entire elaborate plan to secure the land, had trained the Hound with savage patience over months. "He was brilliant," she said tiredly. "Brilliant and utterly without conscience. He told me the phosphorus wouldn't hurt the dog, that it was just for effect. But I saw what it did, how it burned the poor beast's skin, how it maddened it. He didn't care. He cared about nothing except the fortune he believed was waiting in the mire." Morning brought a search party, local men who knew the mire's margins, who came equipped with ropes and poles for testing the ground. They found nothing except at one point a boot, sucked half down into the ooze, its owner long vanished into the depths below. The Grimpenmire had kept its reputation, had claimed another victim, and whether there truly was treasure hidden in its depths would remain a mystery. Holmes was content with this result. The case was solved, the threat ended, justice served in a fashion that no court could have improved upon. As Watson stood at the edge of the mire in full daylight, looking out over the treacherous beauty of the wetland, he found himself thinking of Hugo Baskerville and his legendary wickedness, of curses and hounds and the long shadow that violence casts across centuries. The curse was broken now, not by magic or prayer, but by reason and bullets, and the pitiless judgment of the land itself. It seemed fitting somehow. The moor had the final word, as perhaps it always did. The morning after the search party returned from the Grimpenmire, Baskerville Hall seemed to breathe differently, as though some weight that had pressed upon its ancient stones for generations had finally been lifted. Sunlight streamed through the mullioned windows of the dining room where Watson sat with his breakfast, the kind of clear, brilliant October light that made everything sharp and new, and the moor beyond the glass stretched away in shades of gold and russet, beautiful now without the shadow of menace that had coloured Watson's every previous view of it. Sir Henry joined him, looking more rested than Watson had seen him since his arrival. The young baronet's face had lost its haunted quality, and though there was still grief there, for his uncle, for Selden, for the waste and wickedness of it all, there was also relief, and something that might have been the beginning of peace. "I slept," Sir Henry said, almost wonderingly, as he filled his plate from the sideboard. 8 hours straight through, without waking once. I didn't realise how exhausted I was, how much the fear had been eating at me. Holmes entered a moment later, looking remarkably civilised for a man who'd spent the better part of a week living rough on the moorland. He'd bathed, shaved, and dressed in clothes borrowed from Sir Henry's wardrobe, and the transformation was startling. The gaunt, wild-eyed figure Watson had encountered in the darkness had become once again the precise, controlled detective of Baker Street, though perhaps thinner than before, his face showing the lines that privation and intense focus had carved there. "The police have been most cooperative," Holmes said, accepting coffee from Barrymore, who served with his usual silent efficiency, though Watson noticed the butler's shoulders were less rigid, his movements less careful, as though he too felt the lifting of some burden. "Inspector Lestrade is on his way down from London. I wired him yesterday evening. He'll want statements from all of us, of course, but the case is straightforward enough. Mrs. Garcia has been remarkably forthcoming." "What will happen to her?" Sir Henry asked. Holmes considered the question, his long fingers wrapped around his coffee cup. "That will be for the courts to decide. She was complicit in fraud, certainly, and in the campaign of terror that drove your neighbours from their homes. Whether she can be held responsible for the deaths, that's more complex. She claims, and I'm inclined to believe her, that she didn't know about the Hound until after Sir Charles died, that her husband, for they were married, despite his claims to the contrary, kept that particular detail from her until it was too late for her to withdraw." "She could have gone to the authorities," Watson pointed out. "She could have," Holmes agreed. "But fear is a powerful restraint, Watson. Stapleton was a violent man when crossed. There were bruises on Mrs. Garcia's arms that spoke to that, and she was implicated enough in the land fraud that exposing him would have meant exposing herself. It's the classic trap that accomplices find themselves in. Too guilty to be innocent, too fearful to be brave." They ate in contemplative silence for a while, and Watson found himself thinking about the woman they'd left locked in the guest room upstairs, guarded now by a constable who'd arrived from Grimpen at first light. She'd looked smaller in the morning light, older, her beauty dimmed by exhaustion and the weight of choices made and consequences faced. There had been a time, Watson supposed, when she'd believed in Stapleton, when his charm and intelligence had seemed like the promise of a better life. By the time she'd understood what he truly was, the path back to innocence had been closed. After breakfast, Holmes suggested a walk, and the three of them set out across the grounds, following the path behind the hall past the yew alley where Sir Charles had died, out onto the open moor. The day was glorious, the kind that made one understand why people had chosen to live in this harsh landscape, despite its challenges, why generation after generation of farmers and shepherds had worked this difficult ground and called it home. They walked without particular destination, and Holmes spoke, laying out the case in his methodical way, filling in the gaps that Watson and Sir Henry hadn't seen, explaining the deductions and observations that had led him to the truth. "I suspected Stapleton almost from the beginning," Holmes said, his walking stick tapping against the ground in a steady rhythm. "The timing of his arrival was too convenient, and his interest in the Baskerville legend too keen for a man who claimed to be a rationalist. When I investigated his background, and I sent inquiries to Costa Rica immediately upon hearing of him, I learned that the real Jack Stapleton had died of the yellow fever 2 years ago. The man using his name was an imposter, which meant he had something to hide." "But how did you know about the Hound?" Sir Henry asked. "How did you know it was real and not just superstition?" "The footprints Dr. Mortimer found near your uncle's body were the first clue. Spectral creatures don't leave physical evidence. And then there was the matter of your missing boot. Do you remember, Sir Henry? One of your brown boots disappeared from the hall?" "Yes, but it came back. I never did understand that." Holmes smiled. That thin, satisfied expression that Watson knew meant a particularly clever deduction was coming. "Stapleton took it. He needed something with your scent on it, you see, to train the Hound to track you specifically. But the boot was new. You'd barely worn it, and it hadn't absorbed enough of your personal scent to be useful. So he returned it and took an older boot instead, one you'd worn frequently. The Hound needed a proper scent marker, and Stapleton was methodical in obtaining it." Watson felt a chill despite the warm sunlight. The calculation behind it, the cold planning, was more disturbing in some ways than the violence itself. Stapleton had been preparing to murder Sir Henry, with the same careful attention to detail that another man might bring to a business venture or a scientific experiment. They reached the edge of the Grimpen Mire and stood looking out over its treacherous beauty. The ground here was spongy beneath their feet, and pools of standing water reflected the sky like scattered mirrors. In the distance, Watson could see the place where they'd searched the previous night, where Stapleton had made his last, fatal mistake. "Do you think there really was treasure?" Sir Henry asked quietly. "Some deposit of minerals or cache of ancient gold that he was after?" Holmes shrugged. Perhaps. The documents he studied in London were real enough. Medieval records of tin mining in this area, references to Roman extraction of various ores. But the Grimpen Mire has changed over the centuries. What might once have been accessible could now be buried under yards of peat and water. Stapleton might have spent years searching and never found anything. Or he might have already found something and been killed before he could exploit it. We'll never know. "Perhaps that's for the best," Watson said. "Let the mire keep its secrets. Let this be the end of it." They turned back toward the hall, walking slowly, enjoying the morning and the sense of resolution that comes when danger has passed and order has been restored. As they walked, Holmes continued his explanation, detailing how Stapleton had kept the Hound, in an old tin mine on the far side of the mire, accessible only by paths he'd carefully mapped. The beast had been starved and brutalized into viciousness, trained to attack on command, and painted with phosphorus paste to create the supernatural appearance that was the linchpin of the entire scheme. It was brilliant in its way, Holmes said, and there was a note in his voice that might have been admiration if it hadn't, been tempered by disgust. He understood that people are more easily controlled by supernatural fear than by rational threats. A man with a gun can be fought or reported to the authorities, but a demon, a manifestation of an ancient curse that paralyzes the will, makes people question their own senses, drives them to irrational action. He nearly succeeded, Sir Henry said soberly. A few more weeks, and he would have had all the land he wanted, and I don't know if I would have stayed. The fear was eating at me, Holmes. I'm not ashamed to admit it. When I heard that howling in the night, when I saw the terror in the servant's eyes, I began to wonder if the rational explanations I'd clung to were just comforting lies. That's what he counted on, Holmes replied. The erosion of certainty, the slow victory of fear over reason. It's a tactic as old as humanity itself, and it works because there's a part of us, buried deep, that remembers when we were prey, when the darkness held real monsters, when the supernatural was the only explanation for things we couldn't otherwise understand. They reached the hall and found Lestrade had arrived, the Scotland Yard inspector looking tired from his journey but eager to hear the details of the case. He settled into the drawing room with his notebook and pencil, and Holmes walked him through the entire affair, from the legend of Hugo Baskerville to the final disappearance of Stapleton into the mire's depths. Lestrade shook his head in wonder when Holmes finished. A trained dog painted with phosphorus. I've heard everything now, and you say the beast is dead. Watson shot it, Holmes confirmed. Quite expertly, I might add. The body is in the old ice house, along with Selden's remains. You'll want to examine it, I'm sure. The phosphorus residue is still visible, particularly around the muzzle and eyes. The inspector made notes, asked questions, sought clarifications on points of timeline and evidence. He interviewed Mrs. Garcia in the presence of a policewoman who'd accompanied him from London and emerged looking grim. She'll stand trial, he told them afterward. The Crown prosecutor will have to decide the exact charges, but conspiracy to commit fraud at minimum, possibly accessory to murder, depending on how much she knew and when. It's a sad business. They usually are, Holmes said quietly. The day wore on, filled with the necessities that follow any resolution of a case. Statements written and signed, evidence catalogued, arrangements made for the transportation of bodies and prisoners. Sir Henry dealt with the local authorities, assuring them that Baskerville Hall would remain open, that he intended to stay and fulfil his responsibilities to the estate and its people. As evening approached, Watson found himself once again at the window of his room, looking out over the moors. But this time, the view held no menace. The landscape was simply landscape, beautiful and harsh and ancient, shaped by geology and weather and time, not by curses or demons or supernatural hounds. The shadows that stretched from the tors were just shadows, the sound of the wind just wind, and if there was howling in the night, it would be from actual dogs or foxes, creatures that could be understood through natural science rather than mystical dread. There was a knock at his door, and Sir Henry entered, carrying 2 glasses and a bottle of excellent whisky. "I thought we might drink a toast," he said, "to the end of the curse, to your friend's brilliance, and to your own courage. Without you both, I don't think I'd have survived this business." They poured and drank, and the whisky was smooth, warming Watson from the inside. They stood together at the window, watching the sun set over the moors, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and deep blue. "What will you do now?" Watson asked. Sir Henry considered the question. "Stay. Make this place a home rather than a house haunted by legend. Bring the farms back into production. Rebuild what Stapleton destroyed. It'll take time and money, but I have both. And I think I owe it to my uncle, to all the Baskervilles who came before, to lay this curse to rest properly, to show that reason and decency can triumph over superstition and fear. That's a noble ambition. It's a necessary one. This community has been traumatized, Doctor. People have lost their homes, their sense of security. Some have lost their lives. If Baskerville Hall is to mean anything going forward, it has to stand for something better than a Gothic legend and a history of violence." They were interrupted by Holmes, who appeared in the doorway with his travelling bag in hand. "I'm returning to London on the evening train," he announced. "Lestrade can handle the remaining formalities, and I have other matters that require attention." Watson felt a pang of disappointment. He'd hoped for more time with his friend, time to discuss the case in greater depth, to understand all the subtle deductions and observations that had led to the solution. But he recognised the restlessness in Holmes's manner, the sense that the detective's mind was already moving on to the next puzzle, the next mystery that would engage his formidable intellect. "I'll come with you," Watson said, making the decision even as he spoke. "I've imposed on Sir Henry's hospitality long enough, and my practice in London has been neglected." "Nonsense," Sir Henry protested. "You're welcome to stay as long as you like. In fact, I was hoping you might remain a few more days. I could use the company and the conversation." But Watson shook his head, already beginning to pack his own bag. "You need time to settle in properly, without guests and policemen cluttering up your hall. And Holmes is right. There are responsibilities waiting in London." He paused, then added with a smile, "Though I expect I'll return to visit if the invitation remains open. I've grown rather fond of these moors, now that they're no longer trying to kill anyone." The farewells were warm, tinged with the particular affection that develops between people who've faced danger together and emerged intact. Sir Henry shook their hands with evident emotion, promised to write, to keep them informed of the estate's progress. Barrymore and his wife came to say goodbye, their gratitude evident despite their grief, and even Mrs. Garcia, under guard in the guest room, sent word thanking Watson for his kindness during the ordeal. The drive to the station was peaceful, the evening air soft and mild, the moor bathed in the gentle light of approaching dusk. Watson sat back in the carriage and felt the tension that had gripped him for days finally release its hold. The case was solved, justice had been served in its way, and he was going home to the comfortable familiarity of London, to his practice and his lodgings and the routine pleasures of normal life. Holmes was silent for most of the journey, his sharp profile turned toward the window, his mind clearly elsewhere. But as they waited on the platform for the London train, he turned to Watson with an expression that was as close to sentimental as Holmes ever came. "You did well, Watson," he said simply. "Your courage in shooting the hound, your careful observations, your support of Sir Henry during his ordeal, all of it was invaluable. I couldn't have asked for a better partner in this business." Watson felt warmth spread through his chest, the particular pleasure that comes from praise genuinely given and genuinely deserved. "I only wish I'd deduced more on my own," he said. "You were ahead of me at every turn, as usual." "Ah, but that's what makes us effective together," Holmes replied. "You see the human elements, the emotional truths that I often overlook in my focus on physical evidence and logical deduction. We complement each other, Watson. Where I am cold, you are warm humanity. The combination is potent." The train arrived with a great hiss of steam and squeal of brakes, and they climbed aboard, finding a compartment to themselves. As the train pulled away from Grimpen Station, Watson watched through the window as Baskerville Hall, distant on its hillside, grew smaller and finally disappeared from view, swallowed by the gathering darkness and the evening mist. He thought of the legends that place would carry forward, of Hugo Baskerville and his terrible Hound, of Sir Charles and his death by fright, of the most recent chapter in that dark history, Stapleton and his calculated wickedness, his elaborate fraud, his final disappearance into the treacherous depths of the Grimpen Mire. But he thought also of Sir Henry, young and determined, ready to write a new chapter, to transform the Hall from a place of Gothic horror into something warmer, more hopeful. It would take time, but Watson believed it was possible. The curse, such as it was, had been broken not by magic or prayer, but by reason and courage and the determination to see truth triumph over superstition. The train gathered speed, carrying them through the Devonshire countryside, through small stations and past farms, where lights were beginning to appear in windows, marking the transition from day to night. Holmes had pulled out a newspaper and was reading with apparent concentration, though Watson suspected his friend's mind was elsewhere, already sifting through the other cases that awaited them in London, already seeking the next puzzle that would engage his restless genius. Watson settled back in his seat and let his mind wander over the events of the past week. There would be an account to write, he knew, a narrative for the reading public who followed his chronicles of Holmes's cases with such interest. He would have to find the right balance, enough Gothic atmosphere to satisfy those who loved the supernatural elements, enough rational explanation to please those who preferred logic and deduction. He would call it the Hound of the Baskervilles, he decided. It had the right weight, the proper gravitas for a case that had touched on so many themes: family legacy, the power of legend, the exploitation of fear, the triumph of reason over superstition. He would write it carefully, respectfully, honouring the real suffering that had occurred, while also celebrating the solution that Holmes's brilliance had provided. As the train carried them eastward through the gathering night, Watson found himself thinking about the nature of curses and legends, about how stories shaped reality in ways that were both powerful and dangerous. The Baskerville curse had been real enough in its effects, even though its causes were entirely mundane. Fear could kill as surely as poison or bullets, and a legend could be weaponized by someone clever and ruthless enough to exploit it. But the reverse was also true. Courage could dispel fear, reason could defeat superstition, and a determined effort to choose hope over horror could transform even the darkest legacy. Sir Henry Baskerville represented that possibility, that hope, and Watson found himself believing in the young baronet's chances of success. The countryside outside the window grew darker, the scattered lights of habitation fewer. Soon they would be in London, returning to the great city with its millions of souls, its countless mysteries, its endless parade of human drama and tragedy, and occasional triumph. Baker Street awaited, and with it, the next case, the next puzzle, the next opportunity for Holmes's unique talents to illuminate some dark corner of human behaviour. But for now, in the peaceful interval between cases, Watson allowed himself to simply sit, to let the rhythm of the train lull his thoughts, to feel grateful for having survived another adventure, for having seen justice prevail, for having a friend like Holmes whose brilliance was matched only by his fundamental, if sometimes hidden, decency. The moors fell behind, them receding into memory and eventual story. The Grimpen Mire would keep its secrets, would remain dangerous and beautiful and mysterious, a place where the modern world hadn't quite penetrated, where old stories still held power. Stapleton was gone, consumed by the very landscape he'd tried to exploit, and perhaps there was justice in that, a symmetry that Holmes would appreciate even if he wouldn't speak of it. The curse of the Baskervilles was ended, not by divine intervention or ancestral redemption, but by careful observation, logical deduction, and the willingness of good people to face their fears and act despite them. It was a thoroughly Victorian resolution, Watson thought with a smile. Reason and progress, and the conviction that human beings, for all their flaws, were capable of improvement, of growth, of choosing better paths than those laid out by history and legend. The train rushed on through the darkness, carrying them toward home, toward the familiar comforts of London, toward whatever came next. Behind them, on the Devonshire moors, the wind whispered through the heather, and the ancient stones stood silent, and Baskerville Hall settled into its hillside, ready at last for peace. And if, on quiet nights when the fog rolled in thick and white, someone thought they heard a howling from the direction of the Grimpen Mire, well, that was only wind, only the moor speaking in its ageless voice, only the echo of old stories that would never quite fade entirely from memory. But the fear was gone, and that made all the difference. The night deepened, the stars emerged, and the world turned as it always had, carrying old legends into new dawns, transforming curses into cautionary tales, allowing fear to become merely another story told by firelight, thrilling perhaps, but no longer terrible. Watson closed his eyes and let sleep claim him, secure in the knowledge that mysteries, however dark, could be solved, that wickedness, however clever, could be defeated, and that friendship, tested in the crucible of danger, emerged stronger and more valuable than ever. The train carried them home, and the Hound of the Baskervilles passed into legend, a legend now understood, explained, robbed of its power to terrify, transformed into simply another chapter in the long history of human courage facing down human wickedness. And that, Watson thought in the moment before sleep took him completely, was the best resolution any story could have. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting off beneath the calm glow of Zurich, the warm island breeze of Mauritius, the soft evening hush of Seoul, or the quiet waterside calm of Copenhagen. If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle wonder. Let the silence ease your thoughts. Let your breath grow soft. Let your dreams wander like drifting stars. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and beautiful world.